Vice Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Wu.
Here.
Mayor Beck, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our only item on the agenda today is a call for executive session. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
I'll motion.
Second.
Nobody would have jumped
We're,
in first.
we're racing now. I like it. I like the tone of this. All right, please vote. And it passes 7-0. We will enter into executive session. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting of December 16th, 2025 to order. Those who are able, please stand for the invocation by Reverend James Khalif of St. Charles Borromeo Catholic Church, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we are in the most joyous season of the year, let us thank the Lord and listen to the sacred scripture. As Moses lifted up the bronze snake on a pole in the desert, in the same way the Son of Man must be lifted up, so that everyone who believes in him may have eternal life. For God so loved the world, he gave us his only Son, so that everyone who believes in him may not die but have eternal life. For God did not send his Son into the world to be its judge, but to be its Savior. And so this evening we invoke the grace of the Lord on our mayor and his council members and all the officials to be guided by the Spirit, that every decisions that they make will bring joy and prosperity to the city of Peoria. God our Father, as we thank you and praise you for the gift of your Son and rejoice in his birthday season, send your Spirit upon us all, that we may grow in our love for our country and for our city. We always desire the good of each one. We ask this in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Bullock.
Here.
Council Youth Liaison Felicia Holly. Council Youth Liaison Anika Navgari. Mayor Beck, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, this is your last call to submit a speaker's request form, which can be found at the entrance of the room to the clerk at this time. I will now recognize Chris Hawkes to give the presentation on Neighborhood and Human Services Department 2025 Housing Needs Assessment.
I think you may have given Chris Hawkes a heart attack. It's actually, we have Chris Halleck.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
We have so many Chris's in the city that if you said Chris, all of them would
He's like,
respond.
what? I'm not prepared. Sorry, Chris Hallett. I
Yeah,
apologize.
thank you, Mayor, Council. Happy to be here, no matter what my last name is. So tonight I'm here to present on a Peoria housing update. So why now? We're here in regards to some legislative requirements, but more importantly, to assure you that we are meeting those requirements. So real quickly, I'm going to, the purpose of this presentation, provide a quick update on some things that we'd like to provide to you as a glimpse as to what we're going to be coming back in the spring on at a future study session, some policy considerations around that. So we've done some legwork, and we'll go over, we've forged some housing policy suggestions for a mission, a vision, some problem statements that will yield some policy discussion. I'm going to go over the housing needs assessment that we're required to do by Senate Bill 1162 that was passed in 2024. We'll provide some rough strategy framework for consideration, just a little bit of teaser, because we're going to come back in the late winter and spring with some policy recommendations. Then I'll wrap it up with some key takeaways and what those next steps are. So we foresee a mission of the Peoria housing policy would be to ensure that all residents have access to safe, quality, and affordable housing across all income levels. Now, what is affordable housing? Affordable housing is different for me than it would be for you, as it would be for our parents, or it would be for our kids. And the idea, but HUD, or U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, phrases it, affordable housing is when you spend 30% or less of your gross income for your housing needs, which is your rent, mortgage, and utilities. So our vision would be that Peoria has a city of diverse housing supply across various housing types and densities, that preserves long-term affordability and strengthens partnerships that continue to foster its inclusive, sustainable, and thriving communities, further supporting its workforce stability and long-term prosperity. Now, that's a lot of words in a vision, but this is a very complex nature, and it really feels that this is an all-inclusive statement. We want to cover everything from a starter home to a retirement home for those who choose to rent or those who choose to own. What keeps us from doing that? Well, we have several problem statements identified here. We all know there's been a rapid population and job growth. There's limited housing diversity. What's being built isn't always the most diverse. You get congregated up in certain areas. We can show, and will show tonight, we do have housing shortages across all income levels. That results in mismatch between household size and the houses that are available, which risk the displacement of workforce, overcrowding, and cost burdening. So the 2025 housing assessment we were required to do, according to Senate Bill 1162, identified a couple key things. High level, 40% of our households earn at or below 80% area median income, which for Peoria, that's just under $75,000. Nearly 50% of our renters are cost burden. Again, affordable meant you're spending less than 30%. Cost burden means you're spending more than 30% of your gross income for rent, mortgage, and utilities. Similarly, 20% of our homeowners are cost burdened. And it's a blended rate, about 39% of all households are cost burden, regardless renting and owning. So cost burden is really often in the older and undersized housing stock, and that's regularly because we're not building more affordable. That doesn't pencil, and all the new construction really favors everything's getting more expensive and smaller for them to even pencil that low. So all of these really contribute some of the shortages and the overcrowding that we're seeing in the result of the assessment. So we're going to go over a couple charts from the assessment. This one shows our Peoria's income distribution for both homeowners and renters across the income strata. What's interesting to see here is we have a fairly consistent rental population at every income level. People think, the more income you make, you should be investing in the home and owning it, but this chart shows differently, that we have a consistent amount of our residents who wish to rent for various different reasons. So equally at the low end as at the high end. This chart shows the gap analysis on the homeowner occupancy. So by income strata, and we see everything below 120%, there's not enough housing out there for buyers to go purchase a home. Those red marks really lead to overcrowding, was what we're seeing in these, and or they have to reach up into the cost of a higher income household where the surplus is, resulting in cost burdening, right? They're having to pay more than they were wanting to in order to find housing because they choose to own versus rent. Conversely, this is the chart of our rental. A little bit similar, but interesting to note, at the extreme high end, those who do wish to rent for luxury apartments or any of the like, there isn't enough there. So they have to reach down, and of course they have access to everything at their price range or lower, whereas the people on the lower end are limited. They only have access to what they can afford. So they overcrowd it with multifamily living, multi-generation living, and or they have to get together and pool the resources to rent something more expensive, and thus resulting cost burdening. So this chart kind of pulls that together on base. So all those charts, you can't see them here, but in the tables that we have, this shows a net zero, like we have enough housing, but it's just in all the wrong areas, which isn't necessarily accurate, right? We have vacancy rates at the rentals, and we have home listings that are on the market for days, weeks, and months for a true vacancy. But what we don't show is the overcrowding. So this chart shows those overcrowding that is taken from sources listed there. And again, overcrowding is defined as more than one person per room in a dwelling. And severe overcrowding starts at a 1.5 average of people per room. And it's not surprising to see below 80%. Again, that's where that older stock and the overcrowding is happening. And so they convert those that are overcrowding into a calculation. This is what the deficiency is in both rental and home ownership. So this is kind of, this number shows up and correlates on the 1162 reporting that I'll talk about in just a minute that we had to post and strive to try and create. And I believe based on the information we've posted, we are making inroads for these numbers here. But the legislation requires us to look out 5 years and beyond. So we start putting together some strategic framework in order to accomplish these, right? So we get a check mark on the first one because you've noted the last couple months, Chris Hawkes was actually up here talking about zoning reforms resulting in accessory dwelling units and our missing middle on the last agenda we were just at, right? These were in the last legislative session. Why? The state has shown they're willing to legislate on these matters when cities aren't able to do it or willing to do it themselves. So we want to use our assessment, the numbers we get, to get ahead of it. So we're already doing the things that are required. We're going to continue to do public education on housing challenges and how it impacts our community. We want to find ways to preserve existing affordable homes. A lot of times they get bought up and redeveloped at a higher price, so it's a double whammy. You got something more expensive and smaller, and now you have fewer options for the lower income. And then the hardest of all is really trying to find ways to incentivize more development to address these shortages. So some options for consideration, again, these are just teasers, but we have to find ways to expand our supply across all the income levels. As the assessment shows, and we'll be getting you guys a copy of that, it's at all levels in various degrees. One way of doing that is establishing a local housing trust fund. Now that's a set aside of funds dedicated towards housing development. State has done it at the state level, but not nearly enough and not consistently. They just plop some money there and they haven't renewed it as such. So we may want to look at ways we can do something of similar. I think one thing we're already doing is encouraging mixed income, mixed use development. We see that in the downtown development as we reach out. We want to look at and have used public land inventory for creating a single family. In fact, our nonprofit provider partners, Habitat Newtown, since 2000, we've worked together to construct 93 single family homes in the adjacent to downtown mostly, and most recent was just on Washington just earlier this year where we had a closing on a Habitat home. They're great partners, but we also have to look at partners with our employers who may want to incentivize workforce housing for their workforce. I think TSMC is working with Phoenix on such a matter. We have some new and up-and-coming large employers coming that we might want to entertain, engage in a dialogue around that matter. So SB 1162, in addition to having us update our housing assessment, which we did last year, it requires annual reporting. They want us to report up cost burdening, units preserved, supply and demand, and the shortages annually. So we had done our first upload before the January 1st of 2025 requirement from the 24 legislation. And we're pulling stuff together now and we'll post before the end of this month, the 2026 data that's required. But it also is going to require another 5-year update based on all the information we gather over the course of these 5 years for the next housing needs assessment for 2030. So a lot of information and very rapid fire, but some of the key takeaways that are notable, there are housing shortages at every income level, which can be surprising to some. And we know that higher income levels have access to more housing options, right? They can buy at their level or they can reach down and buy cheaper. But the lower income levels have limited access and far fewer access to housing, which again leads to their overcrowding. They have to make things meet, or they have to spend more than they want to have housing, or they choose to live somewhere else and commute into Peoria. We know we have a large number of people moving that go out to work. That means we have to have a lot of people drive into work to meet the employment needs here if we can't do it from within. Through some housing strategies. But there are strategies that can help assist with the housing supplies at all the income levels. And again, we'll be coming back in a couple months to suggest some housing policy ideas, discussions, and actions relative to the next 5 years and how we can best address some of the shortages that are outlined in our assessment and as required by SB 1162. Any questions or feedback as we go to put that stuff together for you in the coming months?
So my question is, when we're looking at affordable housing, obviously, quite a few people need that, but one of the fastest growing segments of our population is seniors 55 plus. And is there a way to maybe partner with like our city, because we do have a lot of land, and maybe developers that could do like smaller communities with tiny homes and keep rents, south of $1,000? Would that ever be a consideration or something that we, could look at?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, yeah, that is a strategy. 55 and older is available for development. Both the Fed, the IRS, and the state has a qualified housing plan where it's an equity investment model where they can develop affordable housing. They get premium points for developing for the seniors 55 and older. They also get points. They want to have a mixed income kind of development. So there's a way to do that. It's limited supply, it's very competitive, but there's other options. That's for 9% bonds in equity investors. There's also 4%. So which we can work with the Peoria IDA and or the Phoenix IDA to help fund those. That's generally IDAs are the ones that provide the 4% financing. So, and our nonprofits are experienced in some of that. Native American Connections and others we've tried on several locations. One was in your district as previously drawn, right here on 85th in Madison. There's an L-shaped one that we've been working with that owner since I've been here, and they've just come up short on that financing model that's available. But there's any number of ways that we're going to hopefully present to you on how we can further develop. And again, we'd love to even target more based on veterans. I know that's been important to this council and the mayor, as well as the senior population.
Thank you.
The speaker can't work there. We will now move on to the regular meeting consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted in one motion unless request for removal has received prior approval. Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
First, second, and third. Please vote. You have to shake it. It passes 7-0. Thank you. We'll now move on to regular agenda, introduce new business. I now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce 22R.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first item on the regular agenda is the Peoria Police Officers Association Memorandum of Understanding. It looks like we have Brianne Nelson, our Deputy Director of Human Resources. We have David Ayers. We have Teresa. And we have Matthew Miller, Matt Miller, the President of COPS, our Police Sergeants Association, to present the memorandum of understanding between the city and the now soon-to-be merged Police Officer and Police Sergeants Association. Brianne.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm pleased to come before you this evening with some great news for both the city and our newly merged PPOA and COPS group. We are here to present to you what we have come up with in the last many weeks, so we'll talk through that. So we're going to give you a reminder of the meet and confer process, which I know you're all very familiar with now, what our timeline looked like for negotiations, a review of the interests of the parties, specifically PPOA and COPS, and then some brief comments from the presidents to walk you through how we got here tonight, and then obviously our final recommendation. But I know we are all excited to be here, and we have reached a tentative agreement between COPS and PPOA. So I didn't want to bury the lead and wait till the very last minute and let you know that we are here positive and jointly to recommend this to you. Currently, the city of Peoria has 4 distinct labor groups, and that represents approximately 70% of all of our employees here across the city. And this evening, COPS and PPOA represents 25% of all of our labor groups. So if approved, this MOU would go into effect on July 1, 2026, and be in effect for 2 years. So the city of Peoria, through designation in Chapter 6 of our city code, allows for us to negotiate 3 main areas. That's wages, hours, and working conditions. And so in short order this year, we focused right down to the heart of the topics and worked to combine 2 distinct labor group contracts into 1 group, which was no small feat, as you can imagine. So if you recall back just a couple months ago on September 16, we were here giving you a joint presentation and laying out what the interests of the parties were. And now here tonight on December 16, we're back asking for your recommendation. So between the joint presentation and when formal negotiations started on September 24th to when we had a tentative agreement was only 6 weeks. And that was great for this group. We worked very hard and collaboratively to make that happen. These were the teams. You see the city staff that represented you during this negotiation process, and then we had just 2 members from each of the labor groups. We were very creative, we were collaborative. I think we spent a lot of time communicating and doing our homework in order to get to this point tonight. But I want to have David, who's the PPOA president, talk through with you what the overall goals were for moving forward to a combined MOU for fiscal year 2027.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting us speak with you tonight. The overarching goal of our negotiation this year was, 1, to merge both labor groups, which we were successful in doing. And then second was to have competitive wages and retention for the city, which I believe we have come to a great contract which will assist with those goals. And it leads ultimately to what we all want, which is to provide superior and excellent service for our citizens in this community. Matt?
I echo Dave. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for our time and the opportunity to speak on behalf of the labor force so that we can remain competitive within the community and our market. As you can see, our interests for negotiations, I'm happy to report that we were able to address every item on our interest list, and we were able to successfully modify and become more competitive in our market on that. So thank you.
I'm going to be going over the summary of the negotiated items that we came up with for this new contract. To start off with, we mentioned before the contract will start July 1st, 2026, and it will end on June 30th, 2028. And the first part we're going to talk about is each year they will have a market adjustment of 5% in year 1 and a 5% market adjustment in year 2. In addition, there is a one-time lump sum payment that is going to be rewarded to the employees that are at the top of the range Whenever they have their successful evaluation, they will receive a 5% lump sum payment. This will be eligible for employees at the top of the range on year 1 and year 2 of the contract. In addition to the lump sum payment, we also made some adjustment to our specialty pay, where we're transitioning from a fixed dollar amount to a percentage-based payment. And we were able to transition within the 2 years. We also have negotiated a new retirement account for our Peoria PPOA members to let them contribute to the 401A retirement. And I just lost my train of thought. Transition city contributions from the 457 and retiree health savings accounts to allow officers to participate into the 401A plan. And we actually moved the city contribution $50 to this new 401 plan. In addition, there's another potential one-time lump sum payment amount. And this one-time lump sum payment is a payment for all members based on a comparison of Peoria's maximum hourly rates to the average rates of the identified benchmark cities. And to sum it up, in the 2 years, we are transitioning to $2,000 per year for uniform allowance per member.
Thank you, Teresa. So this process would not have been able to be accomplished without so much help from the city. Here's a very condensed version of those who helped us. People would pick up the phone, have impromptu meetings with us, late evening phone calls, just trying to bring us here to the finish line on time and within our budget constraints. So it was very much a group process between the unions, their membership, as well as city staff. So I can't commend this group enough for that. So finally, this concludes our joint presentation, and we are recommending and requesting approval for item 22R to move forward with the Peoria Police Officers' new MOU, which would merge the two groups and be in effect for 2 full years. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bullock.
So question for you, and one of the advantages of being on the council, we meet regularly, we have study sessions, we meet with various teams to learn. That's what we're supposed to do as elected officials, is stay informed as much as we possibly can about all different things. A lot of the members of the audience viewing remotely don't have the time or don't spend the time, or that's not their responsibility to learn all the minute details. So as you look at, there's a 5%, there's a 5%, there's and different contributions. Can you give us and the audience a little bit of an understanding of how that, just high level, how it compares to the other West Valley cities, which are in essence competing for our employees too? Thank you.
Do you want to take that one, Teresa? Oh, Henry would like to take that one.
Mayor, Councilmember Bullock, one of the things that the labor groups made very clear from the start, and even in their presentation this evening, was they wanted to make sure that we remained in market, that we weren't experiencing voluntary transfers from the city of Peoria to our competing cities when it comes to hiring highly skilled police officers. And so we were as creative as we could be, and were making best efforts to live within our budget, as they say. But we created, and it was actually Teresa Brenholtz's idea, was to provide the labor groups with a form of a guarantee that we would not be below the average of what we're calling the benchmark cities. But those benchmark cities are the cities that are most likely to draw our officers into their jurisdiction for employment. So it was a great idea, and gives them assurance that we will never be below average. Do I believe we would ever be below average with the contract that we've negotiated? I don't believe so. But they were looking for some form of assurance that that wouldn't happen, that we would never be below average. So I believe that, and I think they believe this as well, that with the adjustments that we've made, the 5% market adjustments we've made, the step increases that were already existing within the contract, that we will be within market. That we have lowered the risk sufficiently for our officers to feel like it's in their best interest financially to transfer from Peoria to another jurisdiction. But like I said, we have agreed to some sort of an assurance that we will never be below average. I hope that answers your question.
I guess that I need to turn this thing on. We're having all sorts of electrical things. Council, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 22R? I have a first.
Second.
And I have a second. Council, please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce 23R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, agenda item 23R is for a reimbursement agreement with the Roman Catholic Diocese of Phoenix related to Peoria Innovation Core 2. We have Jack Situ. Is Jack here? Is it going to be you, Mike? Okay. My notes say Jack, so you escaped one, Jack. Maybe next time. We have Mike Faust, our Deputy City Manager, who over development engineering. He's going to present a plan to enter into a reimbursable agreement with the Catholic Diocese regarding public infrastructure supporting development within the Peoria Innovation Core. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. You think you made Chris Hawkes nervous earlier. You just definitely made Jack nervous.
This would be a great chance for Jack to get some practice in presenting before council. We'll get you next time, Jack.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to present item 23R. This is a reimbursement agreement with the Roman Catholic Diocese for their property up in the Peoria Innovation Core. So just by way of background, the parties wish to enter into agreement. So the city and the diocese went to enter into an agreement that codifies the significant contributions that the diocese have already made. And so by that significant contribution, let me just explain. They have about 60 acres of land out there, two 30-acre parcels. And over the last 2 or 3 years, as part of the CAP LPP well project, the city has worked closely with the Roman Catholic Diocese for them to donate 2 well sites. So when you see the yellow rectangle in the middle of the page, there's 2 red squares on either corner. They had donated those sites. Partially because when this project began, the concept of building out the Peoria Innovation Core hadn't existed. So they had no water service. So in exchange for us building recovery wells, which they donated the property and gave us easements for water lines, we essentially agreed to sell them water because there was no water service at the property. And that was a good agreement. It was signed and confirmed by the council back in August of 2024. Well, over that period of time, as you are well aware, the city has moved forward with acquiring property in the Peoria Innovation Core and Core 2. And as such, we move forward with the construction of Lake Pleasant Parkway, which is under construction now, Amcor Way, which is the east-west arterial, which running on the south side of the yellow rectangle, and then ultimately 96th Avenue. So with those changes, that roadway now abuts their property. And so it then opened this conversation for additional negotiations. So the proposed improvements that are on the table is ultimately the city's going to build public infrastructure, which included the design and the construction of Amcor Way, which again is the east-west arterial that abuts their property. And included in that is the roadway itself, but underlying utilities, water, sewer, reclaimed water are under that. And then there's other improvements required. Well, the city needed additional property, so they had a half-street improvement. So anytime you do development, the landowner typically gives half of the street. They donate property to cover for that half from the center line into their property. So essentially, the city approached the Catholic Diocese and said, hey, we want to build this road. We entered into discussions with them about how the city could acquire the property so we could construct the road. And we ultimately asked them, hey, would you donate or would you dedicate your half-street land in order for us to be able to construct that road, including any drainage or temporary drainage easements. So we have some permanent drainage requirements, some temporary drainage requirements, and we also needed some land to be able to handle what's a PUE, which is a public utility easement. So that's where the power and the gas and the telecommunications lines run. So they agreed to dedicate the property because when they develop that property, they have a responsibility to dedicate that land anyways. So what we've asked them to do is to dedicate that property early because we're ready to construct the road now. That's one. 2, we said, hey, we want to come in and build the roadway and all the underlying infrastructure now even though you're not ready to build. And so ultimately, we're saying if you were to build your property, you would have roughly $3 million of expense to build your half street. Additionally, you'd have about $800,000 of expense to contribute to a regional lift station, which will help move their sewer. So the sewer will gravity feed down to a location at Lone Mountain Parkway and 96th Avenue, and then it will be lifted from a lower elevation up to Lake Pleasant Parkway, where it goes to the water reclamation facility. So this agreement essentially says that they're going to dedicate the land, and when they're ready to pull a building permit, that they will reimburse the city the cost of the public infrastructure that we built on their behalf. And we've limited that public infrastructure specifically to be the roadway, the sewer, and the reason we didn't include the water line is because our agreement to sell them water when they dedicated the wells, it would have been double dipping if we asked them to pay for the water line, because we had already committed to provide them water service from the local well that they had dedicated. So essentially, this agreement just codifies what they would have built on their own. They've allowed us to build it. They will reimburse us when that property when they are ready to move forward. And the agreement explicitly states that when they pull the permit, we'll give them an invoice for it, and then they have to pay us back. There is one caveat that I'll add to that, which is per city code, a reimbursement agreement like this has a 10-year shelf life. So from the time that the infrastructure is substantially completed, right, this obligation for reimbursement only lasts 10 years, right? And that's just consistent with reimbursement codes as it's called out in city code. Now, should the Roman Catholic Diocese elect to sell their property to a more intense user, right? Because if somebody was to approach them and say, hey, we would like to buy that property for them, the list of improvements that made up the $3 million and the roughly $800,000 was built on the uses that the Catholic Church was going to put at that property. But if they said, hey, we want to sell that property to somebody else, and it's a more intensive user, the agreement also codifies that a more intensive use may have to contribute additional funds to water lines, reclaim lines, if there's traffic impacts like needing a traffic signal, if they have power demands that are significant, or even natural gas demands, they would then have to contribute additional funds to those projects because we're building them as the developer of PIC 2. We should be entitled to some level of reimbursement for that. So what we did is just bifurcated the needs of the Catholic Church versus the needs of a more intense user, whether the diocese chose to develop it on their own or they transacted the property. So all this is spelled out in the agreement. We spent a lot of time. I just want to say to our partners at the Roman Catholic Diocese, they've been fantastic. They've really worked really well with us. You know, they bought a piece of land out here, and a handful of years ago, nobody really had plans for there. We came in and had some different plans. They've been very open. They've been transparent and worked with us, and we're really appreciative of them helping us get us to this point with this agreement. Mayor, Council, the staff recommendation on this one is to adopt the resolution 2025-116 to enter into a reimbursement agreement with the Roman Catholic Church of the Diocese of Phoenix regarding this public infrastructure supporting development in North Peoria. With that, Mayor, Council, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Bullock.
So 2 quick things. First of all, thank you for pulling this as it was going to be in the consent agenda. I asked for it to be pulled out into a regular agenda item. So first of all, thank you, Mayor Beck. Actually, you've approved every one of my 6 consent agenda requests to be pulled into a regular agenda. There was rumors in the past that the mayor didn't do that. Maybe I'm just lucky. So thank you for being reasonable with me. So this is number 6. I appreciate it. And why I wanted this pulled out was because a large number of the parishioners to the Catholic Diocese, they are meeting actually in the elementary school up in Vistancia, and they desperately want to build a church up there. They want to build a church school. Wonderful. Now the AMCOR is gone and other developments are going up. They're kind of starting to question, do we move it? Do we sell it or whatnot? So there's a lot of concern as would be expected. So again, thank you for pulling this out. Thank you for meeting with them multiple times to come to some great agreement, because some cities will come in and just bulldoze and just say, hey, there's the way it is. I've heard back from at least 20 parishioners, mostly in Trilogy and in Vistancia, just saying thank you for working with them, actually coming up with some ideas to help them profit in the future to enhance the value of their land. So it's been a good agreement. So again, it's well done. Thank you from the 20 parishioners that talked to me personally. I'm sure there's more also.
Mayor, Councilmember Bullock, if I could, one of the things our team tries to do is private land holders have private land rights. And so our approach with the diocese on this has been, we want you in our community. If this is where you want to be, we want to help you be there. And we take that approach with all property owners because they have the right to develop. When the diocese bought this property, they didn't even have legal access to get to the property from Lake Pleasant Parkway. And so it's been a privilege to work with them, but I think it's important to know that when we approach things, we approach because they own land, and in the United States, land rights have a deep meaning. And so we want to work with them and help them find success. May not always be what we're looking for, a match, but we want to help them find success. And if moving that property and going to a different location is right for them, we'll be there to help them too. Excellent.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Councilor, I have a motion to approve 23R.
Mayor, I move that we approve 23R as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Please vote. It passes 7-0. Thank you. Now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin to introduce the presentation on 24 and 25R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, agenda items 24R and 25R. We have Chris Jaquez, finally, our planning director, who's going to seek your approval to amend the general planned land use designation from traditional residential to urban residential on approximately 17 acres. That's for 24R. And in a separate vote, we will have, for the same property, a major PAD amendment. So Chris, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Darwin, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I begin, I know there's a lot of interest in this case. That's evidenced by the number of people in the room. We also had a very lengthy Planning and Zoning Commission meeting last month, and that's not altogether atypical. Those meetings, those proceedings can typically be more exploratory in nature, and I know there's just a lot of information out in the community about this case. So I'll do my best to be concise as we deliver the presentation so that we can get to the public comment section. But to start with, the applicant tonight is Withy Morris Baugh on behalf of the landowner, who is the Cibola Vista Resort and Spa. There are two cases this evening, as we mentioned. One pertains to a general plan amendment, which is really the long-term outlook for the property. And then the second case pertains to a rezone. When we talk about rezone or entitlement, we mean the development rights that are on the property today. What can somebody do today on the property? Now, should the cases be approved, this would facilitate a gated 302-unit apartment complex on the 17-acre site south of the resort. Looking at the graphic on your right, I know it can be kind of hard to see. I can see that the red boundary is probably hard to see, but that denotes the site there. It's triangular in shape. The blue indicates the master planned community of Cibola Vista. Likewise, on the west side of Pleasant Valley, what you see in green, that's the Pleasant Valley master planned community. To the north of the site, just looking at the context, is Pinnacle Vista Drive, and then the resort proper north of Pinnacle Vista. To the east is a 150-foot wide wash, and you have existing residential part of Cibola Vista out in that area. South of the wash, more residential, and then to the west of the site is the 95th Avenue alignment and some vacant property. Directly to the west of the site, you might recall last year there was a zoning case approved for evergreen commercial, which allowed for flex office and commercial in that space. And then to the south of that, that was the former Prestige case that was withdrawn last year. Contextually, the site is about 160 feet from the signalized intersection of Pinnacle Peak and Lake Pleasant Parkway. The intersection there is about 1 mile from the Four Corners, or what we call the Four Corners at Happy Valley and Lake Pleasant Parkway, where we have an excess of 2 million square feet of retail and commercial land use there. It's also about 1,000 feet north of Jomax, and we have a smaller commercial and medical node there at that location. And then looking forward, it's about 2 miles south of the Loop 303 corridor that will be centered within the Pure Innovation Core, the PIC as we call it. So all in all, to say that this site is proximate to some existing and future economic drivers. All right, so first let's talk about the entitlement history of the property. And again, as I mentioned, entitlement means zoning or development rights for the property. So the Cibola Vista PAD, Planned Area Development, that was approved by City Council in 2001. Cibola Vista is a 243-acre master plan community. So this community was anchored by the Cibola Vista Resort, and it included space for varying densities of residential use, resort uses, and specialty commercial. Overall, it had a density of 3.5 units per acre over the entire master plan community. Now, at that time, the site, which is what we call Parcel 9, that actually had subzoning of RM1 or multifamily. However, in the PAD document, when it was at inception, it was contemplated for up to 105 two-story, what they called cluster homes at the time. In 2005, the City Council approved a major amendment for Cibola Vista. Now, amendments to large master plans are also not atypical. They typically go through evolutions or refinements over time as they look to respond to new market conditions. That major amendment went through the public process, including neighborhood meetings and City Council action as well. So in addition to a slight expansion of Cibola Vista PAD, it also changed the subzoning of Parcel 9, the site we're talking about tonight. So what they did at that time is they scrapped the cluster home zoning, the RM1 zoning, and they changed the site to Resort Commercial C2. So it now had the same zoning as the resort proper. So that zoning allowed for timeshares and commercial land uses. The change also modified the maximum building height from 2 stories to 48 feet, or what's typically 4 stories. And as you can see, the building setbacks were pretty minimal. From the natural wash along the eastern boundary, there was a minimum building setback of 20 feet. So those actions established the current entitlement that is in place today. So pausing for a second, what could they do today? Just so we all understand what the current entitlement is, they have Resort Commercial C2 subzoning. That allows for timeshares, and there is no maximum unit count, maximum unit for timeshares. Timeshares are viewed like lodging, like hotels. The zoning also allows for C2 commercial uses. C2 is a zoning district within our code. It's also the most common commercial district citywide. It's what you typically see at arterial intersections in the city. So it allows all kinds of things like office, drive-throughs, retail, fitness centers, and restaurants. So all that to say that whether the use is timeshare or commercial, the maximum building height is 48 feet or 4 stories. And the setbacks would be minimal. We would have to require a minimum setback of 20 feet from that wash condition. So when you have current zoning or current development rights in place, somebody could come in today with a site plan for a timeshare or commercial. And our task at the city would be to verify that they meet these established requirements. They meet the zoning requirements in place. And this is an administrative review. There is no public hearing or council action. So we have a legal obligation to ensure that they meet those requirements. If they do, we have an obligation to approve that site plan. Let's talk about the development proposal now. So looking at the graphic, just to orientate you, on the right is actually heading north. That's Pinnacle Vista. Just given the shape and geometry of the site, we had to turn the graphic. So again, the proposal is for a gated apartment community of up to 302 units. These are mostly 1 and 2 bedroom units. The primary access into this site will be from Pinnacle Vista Drive. Units are located within 2, 3, and 4-story buildings. And so this site plan has gone through a number of iterations. We'll talk about the iterations. The iterations were in response to not only council feedback, but also public feedback that we received as well. And so you can see the 3 and 4-story buildings were pushed as far north as possible and closer to Pinnacle Vista. So we tried to move the largest and highest buildings north and west of the site. The amenity areas that you can see are internalized within the 3 and 4-story buildings. The 2-story villas are located in the expansion area. So let me talk about the expansion area real quick. During the process, the applicant acquired that area. That wasn't a part of the initial application. They acquired that area and they modified the application and the site plan. That was in response to concern in the community about the uncertainty of that land and what could be built there, and could it be more intense than the proposal that's being sought here. So the landowner acquired it to remove the uncertainty and spread the density out. So whereas the original case had 265 units, this is an increase to 302 units. but the density, because we're talking about more land area, the density has been spread out, and so it is a reduction in the overall density because you have more land area. What you're looking at here are some conceptual renderings of the proposed buildings. And so the building on the top, that's the 4-story building with the entry at Pinnacle Vista, 3-story on the left, and the 2-story villas on the right. As you can see, they're trying to use the same architectural vernacular that is evidenced in the resort. And the applicant, during their presentation, they also have some imagery. They'll show different vantage points and what that vantage point would look like from positions within the community to the east. This graphic illustrates separation from the leading edge of an apartment building to the existing homes. So if you look, you can kind of see a red line that's extending from the 3-story building to the custom homes to the south. So that indicates there's at least 500 feet of separation from that 3-story building to the custom home to the south. If you look at the dark blue in the middle, that shows separation of over 250 feet from the 3-story buildings to single-family homes directly to the east. And then you can kind of see, it looks like a light blue line. That on the far right, that is 170 to 200 feet of separation from the 2-story villas to the leading edge of that residential lot east of the building. All right, so let's speak about we'll go into the analysis portion now. So again, a 24R. This is a amendment to the general plan for this parcel. Again, as I mentioned, general plan really is a long-term land use outlook for the property. So the request here is to amend the land use designation from traditional residential, or 2 to 5 units per acre, to urban residential, or 12 plus units per acre. Now, when Cibola Vista was entitled back in 2001, just a little bit of history here, there was a designation called resort development. And that category not only covered all of Cibola Vista, but it covered large parts of North Peoria. So it covered a large swath of area, and it was very expansive, overly broad, I would say, because it included everything from resort, residential, recreation, and shopping. And so in 2004, with that general plan change, the resort development designation was removed, and in its place, we had more localized designations. So we had, commercial and residential that was placed on specific properties in that area. Now, unfortunately, at that time, the current designation of traditional residential, it did not match the entitlement. As I mentioned, the entitlement was for multifamily originally, and then it changed to commercial. As we look at the property, the question is, what should it be? We noted the limited visibility to Lake Pleasant Parkway, the distance of 160 feet from it, and limited frontage along Pinnacle Vista. Now, that could be a challenge to some types of commercial uses. That may be a factor in why it hasn't developed since the change in 2005. Also, it's irregular in shape. There is a 150-foot wash that separates the site from the residential communities. I will mention that 75 feet of that wash is actually on the property, but it's within the center line of the wash, and the other 75 feet is on the single-family side. But what that wash does is it creates a natural delineator, if you will, between the single-family land uses to the east and the emerging Lake Pleasant Parkway corridor to the west. So really, it's an opportunity for land use separation there. So as I mentioned, while timeshares have no maximum density per se, this proposal at 17.7 dwelling units per acre does exceed the initial 6.0 dwelling units per acre that was envisioned when it was multifamily at inception. However, overall with this project, it's still under the overall maximum density that's contemplated for Cibola Vista writ large. The proposal also aligns with several housing goals in the general plan. It advances goals for diversifying housing options and lifestyle choices. It provides opportunities to live closer to jobs and services. And we also note that the land use, coupled with the site layout, provides a more appropriate transition than perhaps what is in place today, the current entitlement for the property. Now moving over to 25R, the zoning amendment, again, the proposed zoning for the property. The request here is to go from the subzoning of resort commercial C2 to multifamily residential. So I mentioned the site in 2001 was first envisioned for cluster home multifamily. And then it was rezoned in 2005 to its current disposition, which allowed for 48-foot high buildings. Now, typically, multifamily and commercial have very similar development standards in terms of building height and setbacks and so forth. Here, what the landlord is seeking to do rather is to forfeit rights for future commercial or future timeshare in favor of a multifamily community with tailored standards or different standards than what's in place today. So while the typical commercial and multifamily residential standards are similar, they both allow 48 feet, for example, and they both require minimal setbacks. The applicant is asking for a new entitlement that would reduce building height than what is permitted today. They're also asking to require greater physical separation than what is permitted today. So again, all this was driven by their public outreach and the input that we've received from the public. Should this application be approved, there are conditions that would tie this developer or a future developer to these expectations. So essentially, it would lock these design solutions down. So in comparison to the 2005 entitlement and looking at the proposed entitlement today, so the existing entitlement on the left, there's no max on the units or the density. On the right, they're asking for 302 units or 17.7 units per acre. When we look at the development standards, the PAD today allows for 48 feet, a 20-foot setback from the wash. On the right, they're asking for 2, 3, and 4-story buildings with some limitations. So there would be the 4-story building would be adjacent to Pinnacle Vista. There would be over 500 feet separation from 3-story to the custom homes, over 250-foot separation from 3-story to the single family to the east, and the 200-foot separation from the 2-story villas. So these would be much more enhanced than what the existing standards are for the site. As part of the zoning process, we also look at infrastructure. On the traffic side, the applicant provided a traffic impact study which looked at trip generation as well as future traffic volumes and level of service. So again, as I mentioned, the primary access would be along Pinnacle Vista Drive. Based on the number of units here, we would be requiring a secondary access. There is a secondary driveway available on Pinnacle Vista. However, the developer is working towards a 3-party private agreement for access to the west at Lake Pleasant Parkway. So if you look at the graphic on the right, you can see midway through the site, there's in yellow box, there is an access point that's shown out to Lake Pleasant Parkway. That essentially there is an agreement today between the Evergreen property and the property owner to the south of that for an access point there, along with a median improvement. So what the applicant would be looking to do is enter that 3-party agreement. Right now, as I understand, they have an agreement in principle. They would purportedly execute that as a result of what the action would be tonight. In all, the associated improvements in terms of traffic, they meet the city's traffic impact analysis and access management guidelines. Also to note, regardless of the use, whether it is timeshare or apartments, there is sufficient capacity in Pinnacle Vista to support the additional trips. In fact, if you look at the traffic volumes, they actually drop off significantly once you are beyond the resort. That is the primary driving factor for their vehicles on that segment of the street. In terms of water and sewer, we've analyzed that. There is not only lines that are adjacent to the site, but there is the available capacity to serve the proposal. Now moving on to community outreach portion of this. With any rezone or general plan case, there are varying levels of notification that are required in our code. We start out with a notice of application. That is to announce that we have a code in place, introduce the case, and identify to citizens how they can access information. We do that through a postcard that is mailed to all property owners within a 600-foot radius and all registered HOAs within 1 mile. Also, when the case is ready to go to notice of hearing, there is similar notification that's required. On top of that, we also put a legal ad in the paper, and we do post the site as well. As part of the process, there is a requirement for at least 1 neighborhood meeting, and that notification is the same as the others in terms of the radius that's sent out. Now, that letter is sent out by the applicant to that required radius, but we do require also the site posting, and when there is changes to the date or new dates, we require that sign to be updated as part of that. Now, in this case, the applicant elected to have 3 community meetings over a year period. First one, as you can see, was September 16th, 2024. These were all at Sunset Heights Elementary School. The first one garnered 82 attendees, the second one 21 attendees, and the third one 10 attendees. And also there were numerous smaller meetings that they held with interested parties within the community as part of that. And The concerns that were cited at the meetings are pretty similar or pretty much in alignment with a lot of the letters that we've received. And so I'll kind of go through each one of those for you. There were some over-abiding concerns that this was the wrong land use fit for the site. There was comments about the expected income level of future residents, what will be the rental structure for it. Also, we've heard about a perception of an oversaturation of multifamily. And while I'll note that the term oversaturation, that can be a matter of perspective, right? You might have one apartment complex in an area that may seem like oversaturation in one's eyes. However, as we mentioned, the numbers do not bear out a disproportionate number of the city's multifamily housing stock in the Mesquite District. About 7% of the citywide multifamily housing stock is in the Mesquite District, about 8% in Willow. So there is not a disproportionate number in the Mesquite District. There were also concerns about the perceived impact on property values and crime. These are more subjective notions and are therefore outside of a land use analysis. There's no way to substantiate those claims there. There was also concerns about building height, that the height was too high, or the orientation or location of buildings and its impact on privacy. So as we talked about, the plan has iterated quite a bit to address those concerns. There are also concerns about the impact on infrastructure like water, sewer, and traffic. We've talked about the existing infrastructure is appropriate to respond to the proposal. And then also there was a concern about the impact on the school district. So as part of the process, of course, we do reach out and we do provide the school district with an opportunity to participate in this process. This site happens to be within Deer Valley Unified School District, so any students that are in this district, they would attend West Wing Elementary and Mountain Ridge High School. We did receive a letter from the Deer Valley School District on November 5th. They did provide a letter of support on the case, and what they indicated in that letter, and that letter's in your packet, by the way, but it indicates that multifamily generates fewer students per unit than single family. And also, based on their calculations and their formula, they anticipate that this development would generate about 30 students from this. They also mentioned that the number of students that are generated would be easily accommodated throughout the district. And to that end, they also acknowledge that the developer has met with the school district and committed to a voluntary financial contribution. We saw this graphic in the past, again, with all of the various input that we received from the community, from the council person, also with staff. There has been quite a bit of change from its initial look to what's currently being proposed. And again, as I mentioned earlier, when we compare the existing entitlement to what is proposed as the new entitlement for the property, again, the existing one would allow 48 feet, 20-foot setback from the wash. This would allow varying heights of buildings, but these buildings would be limited by their height and setback that would be required per ordinance as part of this case. This item went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, as we mentioned. That was their public hearing that was held on November 6, 2025. There were 14 speakers overall, 13 spoke in opposition to the case, and 1 person spoke in support. There were a lot of questions and comments. As I mentioned, I think we went about 3 or 4 hours that evening. But after deliberation, the commission did vote 6-0 to recommend approval to the City Council. Now, overall, to date, we have received a heavy volume of emails and letters on both sides. I mean, they come in every day. Sarah on our staff, she has done her best to categorize the correspondence. We've received multi-communication from individuals. There were also some defections, right? Some that had voiced support earlier, maybe no longer were in support, and vice versa. So we did our best to try to keep track and categorize that for your information here. So what we have as of noon, and that's what this information illustrates, is we have letters of support. We have 179 individuals that have offered their support, plus Deer Valley Unified School District. So since we've published the City Council packet, there's 18 new letters that have come in. So you have those. Letters of opposition, we've received 208 letters or emails from 286 individuals, and that is an increase of 26 from the City Council packet that was published. Also, we also received a petition that was housed on an online platform with unrestricted access for signature. There was 1,523 signatures identified here. About 41% said they were from the zip code of 85383. About 8% lived out of state. Again, the self-identified information is just tough to validate. As we look to conclude, as we look at considerations on a land use matter, so things like ownership status and housing type, they cannot be factored into an analysis or recommendation as we look at it. Or as I mentioned earlier, subjective claims or matters. These are outside the city's legal purview and can't be considered. But our findings overall is that this land use category serves as a good transition between single-family communities to the east and more intense land uses that are expected at Lake Pleasant Parkway. Also, this provides a transition between the residential, the resort, and it advances general plan goals by diversifying the housing stock and providing options closer to employment. And finally, with all of the work that has been done to iterate the site plan and modify the standards, we believe this is a design solution that results in a better compatibility than what the existing entitlement is and lesser intensity there too. So with that, Mayor and Council, there are two recommended actions. The first one, 24R General Plan Amendment. The recommendation is to adopt resolution as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then 25R Rezone. The recommendation is to adopt Ordinance 2025-32 as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, subject to Conditions 1 or Exhibit 1 in your report. And with that, I can take any questions. I'll also note that the applicant, Jason Morris, is in attendance as well.
Councilor Bullock.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris. And thank you for everyone that's here. Whether we agree or disagree, I appreciate you being involved. Only 5% of residents ever really get involved. So thank you for being that 5%. And I look forward to hearing you speak. I'm going to speak for a few minutes on some items, and we'll be professional about it. I respect you. You respect me as you have been, and I appreciate that. So based on all the emails, online posts, text messages from friends, I live up in that area, so several friends have expressed whether support or opposition. I've been told that I've got some notes here, so I'll keep on track and keep to do this quickly. I'm not in touch with residents. I don't care about the residents, and I'm not listening to residents. And so I've heard that quite a bit. Councilman Bullock, you're just not listening to residents. So let's look at this. I think a little bit of history is appropriate. So I was elected in the primary. I won in the primary in July of 31st of 2024. The first public meeting, as Chris mentioned, was in September of 2024, a little over a year ago. I was invited to that meeting, and I was on the council yet, but I figured I need to start understanding what's going on. So I attended that meeting there. About 82 people were there. That was 4 months before I got on the council, but I wanted to start learning. The major points and some of the stuff Chris already covered, but I think it's important. I have some different angles and some different facts that I've gotten that I want to add to the conversation, then, of course, hear from the residents. First one was the 6 major points that I heard at that meeting that first night and the subsequent meetings. I've been to all 3 meetings, and I'll talk about that in a second. Not wanting 4-story buildings. 250 feet away from residential backyards. As a matter of fact, a couple of residents said they didn't want people looking into their backyards and watching their kids swim. I totally agreed with that. And I saw the original plan, what was for the apartment, basically the option. There's really only 2 options here. There's not any multiple options. It's the apartments, luxury apartments, or it's a hotel timeshare, which again could be built tomorrow without any input. And I agreed with that. That was very close to backyards, and nobody wants to see your kids swimming from a 4-story building. Great. Next one was the traffic. Next one was schools will be overcrowded, crime, and of course, water and strain on the infrastructure. And number 6 was design and style, the overall look and feel of the property. So I want to talk about the constant hits that I'm getting if I don't listen to constituents, and I respectfully disagree, and here's why. Since I got on the council, in January of this year, January 14th. I've had 3 in-person meetings with Mr. Kumsky, who's the owner of the property, the owner of Cibola Vista and the builder. I've had 2 in-person meetings and 4 phone calls with Jason Morris, who's the land use attorney. I've had 3 meetings, in-person meetings, 2 calls with Opus, who's the builder. And by the way, if you look at what they actually build, they build extremely high-end luxury North Scottsdale stuff. They don't build inner-city apartments. They build the best of the best. Take a look at their website, what they do. I then had 2 physical meetings and 3 phone calls with Chris Hawkes, who's our planning director. I attended the 2 additional public meetings. All 3 public meetings, I sat outside for an average of 30 to 45 minutes with my wife. She can vouch for that. Talking to groups of residents wanting to know more information, what I felt, what can we change. Great conversations. A lot of them are people that I know. We sat out in the parking lot in the January one we froze to death, and some of those people remember that. Then I had 3 additional resident groups meetings one with one of the leaders of your group, and his invited us in nicely into his living room. We had about 22 people there that night to talk. Then I worked with Mayor and Mike Faust, our deputy city manager, to help terminate that application for the rental homes, because I heard that also at that meeting. Get rid of the rental homes. 100% agree. It was already terminated, but we actually canceled it completely, which was something, again, listening to residents. You didn't want that? Totally agreed. That's gone, not coming back. So in all those meetings, what was really talked about, I went back and I did all the research. So again, I am listening to them, and here's why, and here's the evidence that I've been listening, because it makes sense and I live right down the street. So the first one is not wanting building heights of 4 stories looking down in our backyards at 250 feet away. So with all those meetings I had, if you count them, there are over 20 in-person meetings and over 30 phone calls and hundreds of emails on residents' behalf. As a council member, my job is to be the conduit between residents and the city and the developer and the residents. It's that triangle there. That's my responsibility. I get paid to do. So that's why. So the second one we talked about, well, again, we moved that from 250 feet back to 500 feet. Okay, so that's a 100% increase in the distance pushed back. That was with all my meetings. I was really firm. You can ask Jason, you can ask Neil Kumsky, the owner. I was cordial and friendly, but I was quite firm, because it's like, this is what the residents want. In the different meetings that we had, I didn't make any of this up. This was what residents were telling me. Yes, I know the first thing was, I don't want apartments, but that's not a choice. You have apartments or a hotel in your backyard. The second thing was traffic. Yes, it will increase traffic. Of course it will. Cibola Vista community increased traffic. My community, Tierra del Rio, right down the street, that increases traffic. Pleasant Valley Estates across the street. We're going to be building another 1,000 homes or so up in the Peoria Innovation Core over the next 10 years. Yes, we'll be widening and expanding roads, building 96th Avenue, but that's going to also increase traffic. Yeah, it is. So people are saying it's going to, yes, of course. Every community we build, every new home adds traffic, so that's a done deal. Schools will be overcrowded. So reached out to Deer Valley School District. I know I heard some people kind of laughing about that. I used to be on the Peoria School Board. I used to be president of the Peoria School Board, so I have a little bit of insight into schools, but we talked to superintendents and matriculation coordinators, so the people who are the experts at figuring out, if you have a housing development of 500 homes, you're going to get 175 kids. I'm just making that number up. So we reached out to Deer Valley. They sent us a letter that was already said, saying that they attest that, yes, they have the capacity. And with my relationship with the Peoria School District on behalf of residents, because I'm listening, I reached out to the superintendent. We actually went and had lunch, and I said, hey, can you go through and bring me some facts and figures? And he said, you know what's interesting? He goes, we are having a reduction in physical bodies in our schools. Actually, they're having a decrease in physical enrollment, so that automatically allows for additional butts and seats, if you will. And I said, why is that? He goes, well, remember during COVID, so many kids stayed home, all had to stay home, and we set up an online education program, much like they have Primaveras right now. All school districts now have online schools. Students are, as you would expect, dropping out of the physical and going with online school. Very, very typical. Colleges started that. So both Peoria and Deer Valley, because I reached out to the superintendents who know more than probably everybody, including myself, said we can handle, based on the numbers you're giving us, we can handle it because of the increase in online school and availability in the physical school. So then I reached out on crime. That scares me too. I actually live right across the street. I can see it outside my front door, Encantada Apartments. Do you know where that is? That's the only other apartment community on 107th Avenue and Happy Valley. I literally can see it's 350 feet. Yes, I walked it from my house. I've lived in my house for 10 years. They've been there for longer than 10 years. So I reached out because I don't know. I reached out to Commander Christofferson, who's our North Precinct commander, who knows more than everybody in this room except for the police officers in the back about statistics, more than I know. And here's what he basically said, and I can give this to you if you want it. I'll summarize what he said. He goes, Matt, I've attached the report you've requested, Councilman Bullock, of Cibola Vista and Encantada. Because what I wanted to know is Encantada, how many calls for service do they get versus Cibola Vista? Because that's what we're talking about here. Because I get a lot of comments on, well, if you build apartments, you're going to attract lower class, you're going to attract a lot of crime, there's going to be violence and vandalism. Well, okay, I don't want that in my backyard. I'm not moving. So I asked the police officer, the commander of our whole district. He says, at first glance, I'm actually going to get you this available. Cibola Vista recorded 114 total calls for service over the last 3 years, giving them a total of, right here. Here we go. 1.14 calls for service per unit. And that's a fair way to do it because Encantada has over 250% more units, so you can't go calls for service in total. So I said, give me per unit. That's a good way, a fair way of apples to apples. So 1.14 calls for service for Cibola Vista. Guess what Encantada has? Same exact things, calls for service, which usually result in a ticket or a crime or some kind of misdemeanor. They had 0.95 calls for service. And these are the last 3 years. These are statistics available to you. So I've heard some snickering on, crime, whatever. I've heard it. I'm just giving you the facts. I suggest you follow up yourself. And here's his statement. This is our commander of our whole district. The bottom line is that a well-designed and well-managed apartment community offers less crime rates comparable to or lower than those of single-family homes in your area. If you compare both of them unit to unit, the data suggests that the apartments do not increase criminal activity when compared to Cibola Vista Resort. That's, again, the only other thing we have to compare. So please do that research. The next thing that I worked on is water and sewer and infrastructure. Nothing can be built in the city of Peoria, and any other city for that matter, unless it adheres to the 100-year assured water plan. Nothing can be built. Your home can't be built. My home, we can't build Amcor. We can't build a shopping center unless it adheres to the 100-year assured water plan. So we have the water. We have everything there for it, or else we couldn't build it. We're going to run out of water before we run out of land, which will hamper our future growth in there. Then the next thing is on style and the layout. Is it going to be pretty, or is it going to look like some, again, factory housing? So I reached out to the builder, and I said, what exactly are you working on? And he brought up to me, he goes, this site, this is from Opus, this site is modeled after and will be architected to match the Scottsdale waterfront residences and would contain these associated significant luxury amenities. These are in the document they have out there, so this is not making something up. The programming from this community includes the resort pool and cabanas, state-of-the-art fitness center, state-of-the-art spa, Zen garden, meditation lawn, dog park, outdoor kitchen area, fire pits, hammock lawn, children's recreation area, and a garbage valet, which I would like for my house. Next thing is, I'll terminate here because I know that other people have questions as well. I'm going to end on 2 questions for you, and I just ask you to listen to this. The first question is, my predecessor on the city council had this on his plate for 6 months before I came along. Just a little fun fact for you. I'm working on 5 different new developments in the Mesquite District. We're the fastest growing, 85% of all developments happening in the north area, just the way it is. Every single developer or developer's agent or landowner, by default, any city, will reach out. The first call they make is to the city council member and say, hey, council member, we're thinking about building blank in your district. What do you think? Can we send you over some rough plans, some sketches that we've done so you can at least see what we're doing and a little overview? They always do that. Why? Because they want to know, of course, they want the councilman's vote or councilwoman's vote. Of course they do. So that whole process of all the meeting is to chisel away, chisel away, chisel away, and come to that, what I call development is a partnership and a compromise. That's what it is. It's my job to keep chiseling, chiseling, chiseling to bring in the wants and needs and desires of residents in the area. Every time there's a new development, the council member gets reached out to. So it's sitting out there for all of you to review 6 months before I came along. So I'm not sure what happened during that time because I don't have a lot of information back then. My concluding point here is I've lived up in that area for 24 years. I live 3/4 of a mile down the street from you in Tierra del Rio. I have 15, 20-year great friends. Some of them are in the audience here tonight that I go to church with, my kids went to school with, we go to dinner. And I'm going to ask a rhetorical question. Do you think I really am going to damage 10 and 15-year friendships? I even have some friends that are starting to ghost me and not even look at me at church or not even return calls now. Do you think I really want that? If I was smart, I would agree with whatever the residents want and give them everything they want so they'd like me and be happy. I'm doing this because it's the logical thing, and I have met my goal of listening and getting as much as I possibly could. Ask any developer, ask any of my council members who are far more experienced than I. It is unusual, what I've been told, I'm new, unusual for a developer to hack away at their project as much as this project did. You may not still like it, but it's unusual to get this much chiseled away at, which is great. So as you know, many of you know that based on a Mesquite District resident, Mr. John Forsyth, has filed a second recall campaign against me. Apparently has a candidate already picked out, and maybe we'll be debating in the springtime. If you want to sign that, that's great. If you want to ask me more questions, that's great. But all I ask is that we just deal in the facts. You can dislike me after it's done, but I'm not voting to lose friends. I'm not voting to get recalled. I'm voting the way to support the planning and zoning because it checks all the boxes. So thank you very much, and I hope we can be professional on that note and be friends. Thank you.
Councilor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bullock, thank you for that. It segues nicely into what I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit with the public, and that is the opportunity, the one-time opportunity that we have in a rezone and working with a developer. And Mr. Hawkes, if I say anything out of turn, just throw that water bottle at me and you put me back on the correct path. It's really the one opportunity that you have when you do a rezone to say, hey, we're willing to work with you on a rezone, but these are the things that are going to need to happen. This is what, as Councilmember Bullock just mentioned, this is what the neighbor, the citizens, the neighbors, the people that are close to this development are asking us for if this is going to happen. And to his point, this is probably one of the ones that I've seen the most movement on and rezoning cases that I have seen. So I just wanted to state that. And then I wanted to do one clarification and ask a question. I want to go back to your presentation. You don't have to pull anything up. I want to go back to your presentation. I want to reiterate that if this is approved, these restrictions that are associated with this rezoning convey with the land and the rezoning, meaning that the current applicant will not be able to vary from these restrictions. And if something were to happen, God forbid we go through another COVID or something, this gets shut down and it gets delayed for 6 years, someone else that would come behind this applicant would also have to abide by these restrictions that we are talking about tonight if this passes. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, that's absolutely correct. So all of the representations and work that has been put into the evolution of the site plan, they're all encapsulated within the ordinance that does restrict the location of these buildings and the height of those buildings. So to your point, if for some reason this group did not deliver the project and you had somebody else come in at a later date, they would be adhered to these same restrictions.
Thank you for that clarification and reiteration. My second question, there seems to be a few rumors, comments, or things kind of floating around that the current Cibola Vista might change to apartments. They might make the change from resort resident or whatever to the same type of apartments that are being built. Can you please tell us what it would take in order for them to do that? They couldn't just go do that tomorrow. Please, could you just briefly discuss what would need to happen for them to do that?
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, excellent question. So to that point, I'll call it the resort proper, right? They happen to have the same zoning as this parcel today, which is C2 Resort Commercial. So if there was ever a thought to modify that resort proper to include multifamily units, they would have to go through the same process, meaning the full public rezone process.
So public input meetings, the same meeting structure and everything that has happened with this particular one.
Yes,
correct?
sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, from what I understand in reading social media and listening to the planning or watching the planning and zoning, that a concern of the community is that following the removal of the residential sales tax, apartments don't generate any tax revenue for the city. Those same comments that I've seen talk about that the converting of the timeshare resort to multifamily will negatively impact the collection of taxes. Is that an accurate statement?
Mayor, Councilmember Edwards, so I'll have Mike address the tax side of the question that relates to apartments versus timeshares. However, it's important to recognize that apartments and single family, they have the same obligations in terms of, they both have to pay construction sales tax. We also charge developer impact fees per unit, whether it's multifamily or single family, that goes to cover and reimburse the city for everything from parks, community parks, water, sewer, wastewater, police and fire. So that's all part of it. And then property tax, there's a property tax structure as well. So whether it's based on the value of somebody's home or the value of the multifamily complex, there is property tax that's part of that. Now, to the point about
Mayor, Councilmember Edwards, just to build on what Chris had said, right? They're going to pay construction sales tax and impact fees in the construction of any building. And we're not legally permitted to talk about their particular tax filings, but there's a couple of things we can add. So when you talk about the resort proper, right, they pay transaction privilege tax, just sales tax on any goods sold. So if they sell a bottle of water or a soda or a towel, they would pay sales tax on that. This is not a traditional hotel, right? The resort proper, they are a timeshare. So for any stay greater than 30 days, they do not pay taxes. Right? There's no bed night taxes. For any stay less than 30 days, they would pay bed night taxes. Now that applies to the resort proper, and as Chris just responded to Mayor Pro Tem Finn's question, there's no changes to the resort proper. There is currently no sales tax being collected on the undeveloped land. Like as Chris had said earlier, it's been zoned C2 resort, C2 commercial for 20 years, undeveloped, collecting no taxes. So ultimately, the owner of the property is raising the question at hand. So what you said is accurate, but it's a misleading statement because the dirt that exists is not being developed as a resort, so there's no taxes to collect. Essentially, the property owner has said, hey, I do not see that as a viable pathway, thus I'm coming back and bringing the question of land use because they see a different viable market to go down. So the proper resort, yes, they pay sales tax, they pay bed night tax less than 30 days, over 30 days, because as a timeshare they do not pay, but the property in question tonight is collecting no sales tax because it's undeveloped and has remained undeveloped for the last 20 years.
Councilor Crawford.
Thank you so much. Before I have my question or comment, I would just like to say thank you very much to our commissioners on the planning and zoning. It was, of course, staff, but our commissioners, again, I want to reiterate, they are volunteers. They're not paid. I think it was almost a 4-hour meeting. And so I just wanted to publicly thank them for their time and their service to the community. So for clarification, I know this has been mentioned probably a dozen times, if not more. The current zoning has been in place since what year? Please.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Crawford. So the current, so the entitlement was established in 2001, but the current subzoning on the property was modified in 2005.
Okay, thank you. And as a follow-up to that, with that current zoning that is in place or subzoning, am I correct in stating that 4-story buildings, timeshare buildings, are permitted and would not have to go through this process?
Vice Mayor Crawford, that is correct. 4-story timeshares or commercial are permitted outright, and they would not have to go through this process.
Okay, follow up to that. And what about a drive-through or a drive-through restaurant? Would that be also permitted?
Vice Mayor Crawford, it would be permitted. So when I mentioned C2, it's a very expansive list of uses. That does include drive-through and most of the things we see at arterial corners.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So the research that I've done, so I like to use the term data over drama because there's a lot of drama, let me just say, misrepresentations, misinformation, disinformation being circulated throughout the community. So I do like to do my own research. And when I looked at the community, because this is not my district, I'm not familiar with it, I drove the neighborhood, I walked the neighborhood, I saw flyers on light poles and made sure I was familiar with this area. I love my tried and true Maricopa County Assessor's website, and I looked at every property first immediately adjacent to this parcel in question, as well as far east as Molly and 92nd. And I looked at every house. And if you are in that area, and anyone else who could be buying or building in the near future, please, please, please look at the zoning surrounding you, look at what's being built around you, or if anything's being proposed. We all have a due diligence period. And in that due diligence period is when you can do some of this research. So when I looked at all of that information, I saw that the earliest purchases or construction years are 2006, 2007, and the current zoning in place was in place in 2005, so prior to anybody moving or building in that area. If it was me, I would look at the proposal that this developer is offering, and me personally, I would probably take them up on it and run like I stole it. But I just want to say that we have all done our research. I know myself as well as other colleagues have watched the planning and zoning meeting live as well as on replay. So we are doing our due diligence. We are hearing you. We do care. As Councilmember Bullock mentioned, we are putting the time in just as much as the residents and the developer and the applicant. And I would just like to say thank you to everybody for your continued input and dedication to the betterment of the community.
Well, this thing. All right, so we have multiple speakers, a lot of speakers requests. So speaker request forms, what we're going to do is we're going to change this up a little bit. We're going to kind of use the legislative model. Due to the volume of speaker request forms submitted for this item, I respectfully request that each side, and we'll separate sides, and we can put one here and kind of go from there, supportive and opposed, collectively determine five speakers to represent their viewpoint. Each of those speakers would be allotted 3 minutes to speak. To assist in facilitating this request, we will break for a momentary recess for an estimated 10 minutes. I would suggest we do opposed on this side, for on this side. Thank you, and we'll recess. And against? Against, if you don't mind raising your hands. If we'll do opposed first, and we'll go back and forth each time, if that's okay. So whoever the first speaker against is. And again, we'll start the clock at 3 minutes.
Are we stating our name and where we live? I'm so sorry. I'm incredibly under the weather. So sorry.
It's okay. You can just say
okay,
street. Yeah.
Sure. My name is Heather Updike, and I live in Peoria, Arizona. I have been a realtor in the Valley for over 25 years. And realtors across the Valley will tell you the same thing, that proximity to high-density apartments reduces home values. Not immediately, but inevitably. Increased traffic, lower neighborhood cohesion, and renter turnover all create long-term downward pressure on home prices. The developer has stated that they will sell their project when it's built, after it's built. And once that happens, there is zero guarantee that future owners will maintain this luxury price point. Rent can drop, standards can fall, management can change. Residents worry, and rightfully so, that over time, this complex could slide into lower rent or even Section 8 housing. And once built, the city cannot change. That's something they cannot change or control. A resort, on the other hand, is a stable, high-value use that strengthens nearby property values and attracts tourism. So please, please listen to the thousands of people who have spoke up that live in this area and vote against this. Thank you. And because I'm a nice citizen, don't want y'all getting sick.
I'm sure everyone will appreciate that.
There you go.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Mike Reed. I've lived in the city of Peoria along with my family for the last 25 years. Raised our 5 children, gone to schools, very familiar with this particular area. My daughter lives in Pleasant Valley right across the street, and really have enjoyed the city of Peoria and the community. I'm also a real estate broker. I'm the owner of Ultimate Properties. We're a real estate management company. I rent houses. Currently, we rent about 1,000 homes, mostly in the West Valley. And I thought, and I've been doing it myself for 35 years. I thought I'd bring a perspective that might not be intuitive for those that aren't involved in the rental industry. When there's a high demand for rentals and there's not enough apartments, that demand spills over into the residential communities. And you end up with more rental houses in your neighborhood. As we are seeing the demand, our offices too are in Peoria. As we see the demand in that West Wing area, currently I think our vacancy rate's about 3 or 4% right now. As we see the demand now and know that that demand is going to increase with AMCOR and TSMC, I think we're going to see the demand that we've never seen before. And my professional opinion is that if we don't have some balance of apartments, that the people that want to rent for an area. They want to be in a school, they want to be in a community, a certain location. They will rent the houses. So as far as I'm concerned, there's 2 choices. We either let this program or similar projects move forward, or you get 3 more rental houses on your street in West Wing. I'm happy to rent those houses. But I don't think that's what the community wants. I don't think I would want that, and this is what I do for a living. Now, the other concept or idea is that you've got one complex where you'll have all these units with a professional manager, or you can have another 50 to 100 rental homes in West Wing with 15 different managers, half of which probably don't care a whole lot. Where do you think the risk lies? If you had to put your money on something, where's the risk? Well, I think the answer is obvious. And then for me, just looking at the project, seeing it, it looks like it creates a wonderful buffer between the residential area and the hard commercial that's up against on Lake Pleasant Parkway. I think it creates a wonderful transition. So from what I see, it's just a great project and one of those very few win-wins that you can have in a situation like this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Art Miller. I'm a resident of Peoria, and I oppose a rezoning request for the resort residences at Cibola Vista project. Your decision tonight is about more than one development. It is about whether Peoria will honor its commitment to residents and to protect the vision we have set for our city's future. The Cibola Vista property is currently zoned for hospitality. That was a deliberate planning decision to create a resort corridor that would bring jobs, tax revenue, and economic vitality, benefits that serve all of Peoria residents. Peoria's General Plan 2040 identifies Lake Pleasant Parkway as one of the city's principal arterial corridors, a high-capacity roadway specifically envisioned for employment centers, business parks, and retail growth, not dense residential sprawl. This site sits at the gateway to that vision. What you approve here will set the character for everything that follows in our city. When residents bought homes near Cibola Vista, they relied on the city's promise that hospitality zoning meant something. The property owners knew this when they purchased the land. They bought hospitality zone property and now want to change the rules because it's more convenient and more profitable. That is not how good planning works. The applicant calls this project a two-story townhomes, but the documents tell another story. 302 rental apartments with shared parking and leasing offices. That's high-density rental housing. Your job is to evaluate what this project is, not what the marketing materials claim. This rezoning would burden our infrastructure, increase traffic congestion, strain public safety services, and generate a fraction of the tax revenue that hospitality development would provide. And for what? Adding rental units to a market already oversaturated with vacancies at multi-year high, with vacancies at multi-year highs and growing. Mayor Beck and Council, you have a general plan for a reason. Lake Pleasant Parkway was meant to be an economic engine corridor to create opportunity and strengthening our tax base. Approving this rezoning abandons that vision and replaces it with expedience. It tells future property owners that Peoria's planning framework is negotiable and rewards someone for buying land under one set of rules and then demanding different ones. Your duty tonight is to Peoria residents and to the integrity of our planning process. The property owner bought this land knowing its zoning designation. The surrounding community invested here by trusting that designation, that designation would hold. Your responsibility to the city for long-term vision is not what the owners have seen. I urge you to oppose this and vote no. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheree Thomas Holmes. I grew up in the Peoria area all my life. And when we think about what is affordable, especially now, sorry, she's sick and I'm not trying to, I got 4 kids. But when we think about the climate that we're in now, most people are, 1, not buying homes, right? 2, a lot of the points that were said earlier in regards to if renters are going to come, they're going to go. They're going to come somewhere. They're going to come to the homes that are in those neighborhoods because owners are now selling their homes, and guess who's buying them? Developers, people who are what's the word I'm looking for? But pretty much people are buying the homes up and now renting out those homes. So once again, what are we thinking of? I was actually approached by somebody earlier and kind of singled out, and that made me feel personally attacked because am I somebody that you don't want in your community? Do you think that I potentially could be riffraffed, right? Now, When I say this, I say that to say, you have people who are getting divorced, single mothers, single fathers, who now are having to restart over, whether it be them selling their houses or whatever it is. And with them restarting, guess where they're gonna have to start at? Most people are starting out renting a place, right? You have professionals, whether it be doctors, lawyers, that don't wanna purchase a home, that wanna be able to enjoy the scenic views of Peoria and be able to be in that area. We're now thinking and looking at in different spectrums. When I think of luxury homes, I think of Optimum in Scottsdale. I think of the Kierland Commons, all these beautiful places that they're now bringing for people to enjoy. Everybody should be able to enjoy affordable homes, luxury homes, and have those maintained per what they've been saying. So when it comes down to it, you're gonna be bringing revenue because you're having TSMC, you're having all these different, all across the 303, all these different warehouses that are coming up. And with these warehouses coming up, where are these workers gonna go? Do you want them to travel from Glendale? You're having business owners that are coming in. You want to make sure that your employees, if you guys are business owners, have somewhere to be, that they're close by. And this affords that opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Hello, Council, Mayor, appreciate the time. My name is Armando Castorena. I am a resident of Cebola Vista, and I moved to the area in 2025. And to really address what Vice Mayor Crawford had said about doing due diligence, I did my due diligence before buying in the area. I actually watched all of the video from the council meetings a year ago, in which another proposal for high density housing was being proposed. And I watched the reaction from the neighborhood. And quite frankly, it was impressive to see the community rally together to really come together and share their opinions and their voice. As mentioned, very few people actually get engaged in city council meetings and attend and do that participation. So I think it's important that you know that when people come into an area and do their due diligence, they read the material online, they watch the video of the council meetings, and they watch the reaction from the council that plays into a multi-million-dollar decision. And all of these homes that average about 500K multiplied times the number of residents, you're looking at investors who've invested $700 million, and you want to put in apartments, they don't fit in that area. And I bought largely on the belief that I could trust the city council to follow the same sort of expectations around your strategic plan, around the things that you said a year ago that you would honor around putting more focus into growth and not apartments. It's just not a good fit. I actually believe that with all the growth that you're going to have north in the Northwest Valley, you're going to need apartments, just not there. It's just the wrong place in that particular piece of land. And when I do the math, following the example of the first speaker, and look at the 30% rule around how much you can take out of your standard cost of living to afford for housing, they're not going to be able to afford this housing. The warehouse workers that the prior speaker mentioned aren't going to be making $150,000 to $200,000 a year to afford a $3,000 rent. Now, I have a daughter that lives in Buckeye because of the West Valley rentals in a home that she can afford. I would love her to live in Peoria, and she dreams of home ownership. She doesn't want to leave a rental home with 2 dogs and go live in an apartment. So I think it's important to understand what the demographics would say to you, not just income levels, age demographics, why so many are in a multi-housing situation, and do a little bit more of research in terms of the economic studies around the kind of housing you needed. I moved from Florida. I loved my Florida home. I was visiting family. I'm a new grandparent with 2 children, 2 grandkids. I wanted to be here again. I lived here 20 years ago, and I wanted to be close to them. I considered keeping my home and looking at the condos. None are available in this area. Plenty in Scottsdale, but I didn't want to live that far. consider other options, consider that this is the wrong place, put apartments elsewhere. I thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kylie, and I am from Peoria. I grew up there. I live there. I support the residences at Cibola Vista. So I want to be able to stay in the community that raised me. But like many young adults, finding affordable housing options in Peoria has become a real challenge. Rents have gone up, options are limited, and too many people my age are being pushed out of the city that we call home. The resort residences at Cibola Vista represent the kind of housing that Peoria needs. It's modern, it's well managed, and it allows people to that grew up here to work and build their lives here. These aren't the apartments of the past. Today's communities are high amenity, professionally managed, and designed to be safe and community-oriented. Projects like this allow young professionals, teachers, healthcare workers, and first responders to stay in Peoria rather than commute long distances or just leave altogether. Peoria's future depends on keeping the next generation here. I respectfully urge the council to support the resort residences at Cibola Vista. Thank you for your time and for your listening.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, so we were at the planning meeting, and actually someone who spoke earlier, Char Thomas, was there as well. I believe she lives in Buckeye, but she influenced the vote, so that was interesting. Okay, and I don't know if any of them actually live here, but I would like everyone to please stand. If you're here, you live in our community, and you're here to support Cibola Vista, and you do not want resorts, that's a no on the, apartments. Do not want apartments? Please stand. Please stand. Please stand. We don't want apartments. Okay, so what happened there is they showed a map, and every blue dot indicates support from our community. So myself and some others went to every single blue dot, and none of them, not one of them, supported the apartments. Not one. So, and I believe none of these people have spoken in support so far tonight even live in our community. So there you have that. They probably live in Peoria, you could live in South Peoria, but we love our community and we would like to keep it. I don't believe they live in our community, in Cibola Vista. I did not mean that disparagingly. And Ms. Vice Mayor, you said that we should do due diligence in protecting and looking over the zoning. They did. We've done that. We did that. So how are you changing that now? Now, I know for the PIC, the program, just a mile up the street, they are putting zoning for urban development. They can put the apartments there. All of the positive things that we said about apartments, that's fine. I've lived in this community for 16 years. I'm fine with apartments. I've been in plenty of them through college and what have you, but it is not the right placement for it, and it's not zoned appropriately for that, which is what we're asking you, is to keep the integrity of the zoning in the apartments. And additionally, we are representative government. So 99.9% of our community do not want these. We voted for you, Mr. Matt Bullock, and we have quite a few letters from you that have never been returned. They wanted me to give them to you. They came tonight. I spoke to an 88-year-old woman from our community. She's here tonight because she cares. She doesn't want these apartments. You're not representing us. We are the constituents that asked to put you in office. We voted for you. I voted for you. We're very disappointed. And I would really like to say that what we need to do here is at least get it a continuance and do some fact checking, because they said they had 160 in support. They said they had 98 in support, and there's not one. So I think we need to do some fact checking.
As residents, we are not being listened to. We're being marginalized. It is not okay. You give them 5 people and us 5 people, and yet on their 5 people, none of them live there. A few don't even live in our city.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
It's not okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sam, and I am not only just a Peoria native, but a PUSD graduate. I'm here tonight to support the residents at Cibola Vista. Modern apartments today are not what they used to be. From what I've seen, these apartments will be professionally managed, well-regulated, and designed with safety in mind, including controlled access, on-site management, and maintenance standards that help prevent issues before they arise. Well-planned housing like this actually supports public safety. When people can afford to live closer to where they work, we reduce long commutes, overcrowding, and housing instability, all of which do and will place a strain on emergency services. This project will also generate new tax revenue to fund police, fire, and city services without raising taxes on existing residents. The resort residences also offer an additional housing option for other PUSD graduates like myself who wish to stay in our community and enrich it. With the steadily rising cost of homes in our community, we need additional options to prevent the loss of residents who grew up here and want to stay. I respectfully urge the council to support the resort residences at Cibola Vista. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you for your comments, sir. So here, I'm going to pause for a second. You can come on up, Chairman. Come on. Just like everybody else is showing everybody else respect, or continue to show respect towards each other. So stop shouting out, please, and respect the speaker that's actually up here. So let's go through this process. We're trying to listen to everybody else. When I'm going to just tell you right now, when you're making comments like that, it doesn't help the situation at all, right? So if you want to actually, we'd like to actually listen to what each speaker has to say. We're sitting here diligently listening. Please respect that process. Thank you.
Jeremy Bowen, I live in Peoria, Arizona. I would just say that up until this point, I don't know how we don't recognize that there's some good advocacy for the city, towards the developer. There's good advocacy from this council and even our own councilman. But there's not representation that clearly shows that this is outrage. I mean, someone said that. I've never seen this type of, situation before. That should also be an indicator. It should not be so divisive to a community. It should not rip a community apart for some development that no one wants in the community. So just to be clear, no one is complaining that this land has to be developed. No one is saying that to live in an apartment, you are terrible. Pretty sure we all have. As we shared, or the Peoria Independent shared, this is the epicenter of luxury homes. And to put an apartment right in the middle of it is a resounding no from the community, but no one's listening. Councilmember Bullock, you even mentioned that you even said, they said no to apartments, and then I just kept having meetings. That's the point. We're not listening. And we should listen to the constituents, which is why we're here. This isn't urban like downtown Phoenix, which is what the zoning is. We're zoning it to be urban in the middle of a residential area with a few additional things that we hope to make nicer if we can work together. And I think there's a fear to that organic growth of us working together. To be clear, this will not only sap limited city resources of water, public safety. I know during the planning and zoning, when we asked about that, we were fed studies that don't hold up. And even people had a fact check like, oh yeah, someone said that it's gonna be good and it's gonna be great. We're not verifying. We were just told how many people on that support list, all of them unverified. Planning and zoning didn't flinch. It seems like this council's not flinching. And I just asked for verification of the facts. When things were going through there, the concerns were mentioned. We said, oh, well, these are subjective. No, there's objective pieces to this that everyone keeps resisting to acknowledge. And I keep hearing this, hey, property rights, someone owns land, they can do whatever they want. Arizona law clearly states that a landowner in Arizona does not have the unrestricted right to build whatever they want on their land. Development on the land is subject to various legal limitations: public health, safety, resident welfare, neighboring properties, and community standards. So again, the neighboring properties are on board? No, we are not. Community standards, multi-million-dollar homes to apartments? No, it doesn't meet the standard there. Zoning, again, we have the Lone Wolf Hospitality zoned area right now that's about to be taken away and added more apartments. We already have roughly 1,500 that are on board, ready to build more zoning areas up north. I would just say, you know, this is a sad day, I would say, where we're not being heard yet again. I would pray that this council and mayor have the ability to see that we do not want this and that you listen to your constituents. But I promise you, if not, that it will be a referendum. And finally, the people will vote. But what a shame that would be, that we have to have a referendum to show ultimately what do the constituents want. And if that comes back resoundingly on a ballot, so be it. But what a shame of time, resources that could be invested in Peoria.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor Beck, Council. My name is Jason Morris with the Morris Baugh. I've brought this application forward, and many of you heard, in fact, I think all of you have heard the Planning Commission discussion of this. I wanted, again, to thank staff. I don't want to go over everything that was discussed because staff did a very thorough job both here and at the Planning Commission level. Your staff, your management, your understanding of all of this application, which is clear from the questions that were raised today, are why I took this case. We took this case about 2 years ago, and in every case that we take, we have to ask ourselves a question: is this a valid case moving forward? Why are we taking this case? Because we turn down more cases than we take, because we have to look at the potential for any one of these cases. In this instance, the reason we took this case was because of the trade-off that was mentioned. The existing zoning is more intense from a traffic standpoint. This is 36% less traffic than the existing zoning. It is more intense from a privacy and view corridor standpoint. These are 4-story buildings, all at 48 feet, versus the existing application, which is heavily regulated and at 2, 3, and 4 stories. It's fewer units, it's better site plan, it's more privacy, it's less traffic in an area where this particular 3 miles over the last 15 years has seen 9,000 homes built. In that same time frame, there have been 400 multifamily units. That is precisely the imbalance that your own staff was giving you in the report today. That does not make this any less difficult. It does not change the popularity or the unpopularity of apartments, but this is not a homecoming election that's in front of you. It's a land use decision. And the mistake that was made was not this application. It was not doing this plan when Cibola Vista was originally planned as that master planned community. Because if it had, every one of the residents today would recognize it makes sense. We've got light industrial up against the roadway. We would have multifamily in the middle, which is proposed, and then single family. That follows every planning principle that we have seen. Given that, given staff support, given your planning commission's unanimous support, and given what you have already stated on the record, I'm not going to teach you anything about this application that you already aren't aware of. What I would ask is that you would support this application for the reasons stated by all of those groups and recognize that the courage that you're showing, the data over drama, is truly what has happened with this application. It's been changed, it's been modified, It doesn't resemble the application that was originally filed because we were given the directive to work with this community and make those changes to address those issues. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Do we still have the data up on this? Can we scroll it? Please. Do you have any comments at all? Any comments at all? Okay. Okay. Any comments at all? No? Okay. So I just kind of want to go over some historical data here. So there's really three options. One is it stays as as essentially a commercial product that has 250 foot away from another home throughout that process, right? Is how you have this set. It's like 20-foot setbacks on a 4-story building, right? So because this was done in 2005, there's 20-foot setbacks, which I think any commercial developer in the city, I know I didn't get it, right? No, I don't think anybody else would get it at this point. And there's nothing we can do about it at that point. Is that correct? Okay. So with that thought process and knowing how many, they're not apartments, but how many units could possibly be on the 2005 version of this?
Mayor, Councilmember.
In 4 stories. Right?
I have no idea. That's basically a function of, how high would the prospective developer want to go? What is the unit mix? Because that'll drive how much parking. So there's a lot of factors that drive how much could be there.
Okay. And with this version, if you can go to the next version, I think you had it. This is the proposed, but this version here in May of 2024. This is the very first version that I think I saw, right, throughout this process. And my immediate response was the L-shaped building on the bottom, right? And they were all 4 stories throughout this process. They were looking into people's homes, very similar comments that Mr. Bullock brought up. And we had multiple meetings around this, multiple meetings with residents, had lots of conversations about this. At the same time, we also had the tiny homes going on at the same time, right? And there were 2 options. One is let all this go, let it all happen and kind of go down this path, or look at the density and really try to have something that's nicer here that they could actually work with the residents to do. So going down this path, seeing from 2004 to the current situation where we've got, is it 750 feet away from, can you go to the one where it has the actual measurements if you don't mind?
Mayor and Council. So this is Exhibit 5 in your packet. This is a building height exhibit that is tied to the conditions of approval in the staff report. So sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing this, but it is, it provides for if you're within, you can have the 2-story, any portion of the building that is 2-story is within 75 to 125 feet. It's limited to 28 feet in height and 2 stories. If it's between 175 and 250 feet, any portion of the building that's limited to 40 feet or 3 stories, and beyond 275 feet, then you could go up to 48 feet or 4 stories. So this is the site plan that the developer proposed, and so the stipulations that are in the packet are intended to ensure that this developer or any prospective developer builds exactly that and no less.
Okay. So then you start, one of the things I've constantly heard, and I've heard it throughout this whole process, and I heard it with the cottages as well, was, and I'm not saying somebody said it today, so I'm not going down this path, so let's not hem and haw about it. But it was essentially those people don't belong in our neighborhood. And it's been said in multiple planning and zoning meetings. People have been called out for it multiple times. Those people. And I'm gonna give a perspective. I mean, I grew up in apartments or rental homes the entire time. I was literally in an apartment until I was 29 years old. I went through a divorce in 2009, went back to an apartment, right? As a professional making lots of money living in an apartment for 2 years. If you go to the location behind Aldi's, the apartment complex behind Aldi's, there's multiple professionals throughout there, as well as families or starter families that are in there. But you don't see Section 8 housing in these areas, right? I don't really understand the mentality. I don't understand the us versus them concept. And I don't think, I'm not trying to vilify anybody. I'm just trying to give an example of, like, everybody has to start somewhere. And professionals, if they're moving into this area, one gentleman, I don't know where he's sitting at, but the gentleman that was talking about renting homes in this area, like, where do you expect people that are professionals to actually live in your community? Evidently somewhere else. You guys get my point? It's always somewhere else. So if you want them to live in a luxury community, but yet there's doctors living in Aldi's. There's like, I know of one it's a Mayo doctor that lives in Aldi's. It's crazy to me. I don't understand where we kind of got away from actually trying to look out for the community. And I realize lots of people spend a lot of money on homes. We're not doing the raising hand thing. Public comments over for this. I apologize. So the point of it is, ma'am, please. So I'm going to echo something that I heard Mr. Bullock say earlier, and I think it kind of bodes across the board when it comes to this. It's, you know, we should be able to have respectful debate. We should all still be able to go grocery shopping together and be able to have these conversations and not have to vilify somebody. So throughout the process, it seems like we've seen planning and zoning. We've gone through this process. We've had multiple meetings on this. Mr. Bullock, I know, has met with a lot of people about this. And, oh my goodness. We're not speaking from the background. So let's stop, guys. Seriously. So, Councilor Dunn.
If I would have been the one to be on the fence tonight, I'll tell you, some of the behavior has made me not be on the fence tonight. You cannot talk about South Peoria disparagingly and not have me be upset. This beautiful young woman in the white over here, you know, cat calls, it's gonna affect us, right? It's gonna affect us. And so I'm just saying, please, I'm speaking.
Ma'am, stop. Please.
Please,
Ma'am,
I'm speaking.
She is speaking, ma'am. Please stop.
If you're gonna organize, I commend you. If you're gonna fight for something, I commend you. But be respectful. Please be respectful. Because I have been up here many years and I have also fought many fights. And I'm telling you, the way you present something to us, I could have been like swayed. But after this, I'm sorry, but I'm going to vote in favor of this.
I will. Council, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 24R?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Please vote. Actually, all in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
Passes 6-0, 6-1. Well, we will take a 5-minute recess. Council will now move to consideration of 25R. Do we have any further discussion from the council on 25R? Seeing none, council, do I have a motion to approve 25R?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Please vote. And it passes 6-1. Thank you. Report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I had just a few things to report and a couple of short videos, so I'll try to get through it quickly. It's been a long evening. First and foremost, I wanted to congratulate the 10 promotions that happened in our police department on November 13th. You see all of them pictured there. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Also want to recognize a couple of things. First of all, I don't know if he's here. Yes, he's still here. After 8 years of leadership with Peoria and a full career of service in a neighboring city, I think that's the city of Phoenix, right? Chris Hallett will be retiring from his role as director of NHS in April 2026, but we're incredibly fortunate that Kelly Kincaid has agreed and has been appointed as the new director of Neighborhood and Human Services. She's had over 27 years of service. She's served with Peoria for a lot of those years. So congratulations to both of you. I also want to call something to our residents and our public's attention. We have recently made a few changes. I mentioned this in my last city's manager's report, but this will affect each and every resident of Peoria. For various reasons, we are changing our practice of not collecting residential trash and recycling on holidays, and we will now, starting on Martin Luther King Day of this upcoming year, I should say, we will be collecting trash on holidays, with the exceptions of the most major of the holidays. This is something that our solid waste drivers have been asking for and pushing for, and I know that myself often forget to put my trash out, or often put my trash out on a holiday and have to realize that I have to put it out the next day. But that no longer is the case. Starting on Martin Luther King Day, we're going to start collecting trash on holidays other than those that are listed. Oh, fantastic. This is our calendar for next year. Please study it. This is the last time you're going to see this. No, I'm just kidding. We will be posting this on our website, but I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that we have established our council calendar for the upcoming 2026. It's on our website. This is just to show you that it has been done. No intention for you all to understand and read and digest this right now. A couple of videos. First, want to talk about and showcase our partnership with GCU in our entrepreneur training program. This program was offered at no cost to Peoria residents and provided businesses a robust support through mentoring, guest speakers, practical tools, expert guidance to help our local entrepreneurs innovate, scale, and thrive in today's competitive business landscape. This current cohort supported 19 talented entrepreneurs and awarded a total of $16,000 to Peoria businesses to help them prepare their businesses forward. This is not the only opportunity. We are accepting applications for a second cohort that will be launched in February of 2026. And here's a short video.
I thought it would be a good opportunity to just learn, and I'm always passionate about learning and how I can grow and push me out of my comfort zone.
Really, it was just to get more knowledge and figure out where I'm getting stuck in my business and how to go forward with it.
A lot, actually, a lot. Been an entrepreneur for many years, but learned a lot in this class, specifically just when it came to like searching, communicating, connecting with different folks, what it took to look at the financials for growing a business.
I'm expanding at least double my clients since I started.
We literally went from 0 business-to-business accounts to 15.
Definitely do it.
Do it, absolutely.
Do it.
Do it. Because not only are you surrounded with experts like Robert Vera and all the guest speakers he brings in, but you're surrounded with a peer group. Peer groups that's going through the same struggles, they're having the same problems, they're tackling the same issues as they move forward in their business. Having a network and peer community is something that I'll take way beyond this class ends.
And then lastly, a short video on our neighborhood pride event that happened recently. Oh, sorry, did I? Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, that's my report for the evening.
I was getting into the music there for a minute. You guys are stepping up the music game there a little bit, huh? Do we have both? No? Who do we have? We have Felicia.
So yesterday,
Annika's like, I got a test tomorrow. I'm out of here, right?
5 finals tomorrow.
She has 5 finals tomorrow? Oh, geez. All right, well, let's say a prayer for her.
So yesterday we had our committee meeting. Civic Engagement has finally finalized a agenda for Youth Government Day, and we're going to start reaching out to different organizations to hopefully have them volunteer. And for community outreach, our new committee that had Community Service and Outreach Connect, they are going to plan a heat drive event a heat wave drive to hopefully help citizens of Peoria who, not really sure. I'm in Civic Engagement. That was Anika's thing. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor's report. Do we have video for this or images? Oh, images, cool. All right, so we had Peoria Shop with a Cop this last Saturday with the Peoria Police Department, and it was an absolutely amazing event, super well organized. We had a ton of kids going through. And we actually had a marching band. I think they were from Centennial, I think is where they're from. They were incredible. They were absolutely amazing. We had choir singers, I think, too. I don't know, would you call them choir singers? They were Christmas carolers, actually, I think is what they were. And they were incredible. I wanted to hire them just to walk through the shop. They were absolutely amazing. It showed off a lot of talent and community in people trying to lift up other people, these other kids that are actually going through a hard time. It's amazing to always see our police officers one by one really walk these young people through, hear their stories, and actually try to make a difference in their lives. And I think it's a testament to the city across the board. We don't have a picture of this, but we have the same aspect of it with fire. We'll do this after Christmas, but we have the same aspect with fire and the toy drives and things like that they're doing. Our public servants across the board really just do an amazing job trying to outreach and try to make such a big difference. Peoria's Downtown Holiday Festival. Do we have pictures of this? Okay, well, if you weren't there, you should have been there because it was absolutely incredible. Is Mary Lou here? No? Was it double the size previously? It was absolutely incredible. It really showcased a lot of vendors, the opportunities, the differences between the Caldwell building being built, the Jefferson House is under construction. It was really cool to actually just see a lot of the community together as much as they were, and really come together. It's one of the things that, and the Christmas tree work this year, which was awesome, right? So Peoria's Day of Giving is December 20th. It's this Saturday at the Peoria Sports Complex. Volunteers are always needed. I know there's a few people that are here all the time. I'm sure you'll be at the front desk, right? I think we have 250, 300 volunteers this year, and we need more. It's a tremendous opportunity. We had a lot of city staff last year that actually walked kids through and helped them pick out gifts where otherwise they wouldn't have something to that level. Last year, we had a question. I had a question this year as well, and I'm just going to make this point that I think is very valid during this Christmas season. Somebody asked me why I enjoyed the Day of Giving so much, and for me personally, growing up the way that I did, I remember my mom actually begging for toys at a Kmart. I was in her green Caprice Classic in the back window before seatbelts were a really big thing, and the couple fortunately said, if you come and do some work at our house, we'll buy your Christmas. And it was this amazing thing for me in third grade that really kind of set the tone of like, why shouldn't we try to be looking out for our other kids? And I know that's in a lot of people's hearts, and I think it's very important for as many people to try to do as much as we can for others. And we have kids from all over. This year, I know we have over 5,500 kids registered, maybe even 6,000 by now. So we have had a lot of opportunity to really try to reach out to as many children as possible this year. One of the topics, and I'm sure this will come up multiple times, I am not running for mayor again. Between my family and business, I know it's not a shocker to a lot of people have heard that. I'm not running for mayor again, and the opportunities that we had, whenever I ran, this is not something that I wanted to do, was to get into public service. Wasn't necessarily my dream on a daily basis, but it's been an absolute blessing to try to serve other people, whether somebody agrees with me or not agrees with me, or agrees with the policies or agrees with the policies that we're doing. I came in to try to make Peoria economically sound from that standpoint, and kind of do the reset for public safety, which I believe we've done significantly, and really try to look out for employees. It has been an absolute blessing, and I've got another 12 months to actually do this, so I'm going to enjoy as much of it as I can and try to give as much of myself as I can to as many employees as I can. So thank you for actually, to the employees, for actually allowing me to be able to serve. I think it's been an absolute incredible experience, and I cannot imagine my life not serving somebody at this point. So, and with that, Merry Christmas. Next on the agenda is call to the public. We have 3 speaker request forms. As a reminder, each speaker shall refrain from personal attacks, foul abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience shall respect the rights of others and not create noise or other disturbances, and will not disrupt or disturb the meeting. The City Council is not authorized by state law to discuss among its members or take action of any issues in public comment until a later meeting. Ms. Shannon Semo.
Hi, I'd like to correct the record in terms of agendas, results, and minutes that were available in the legal minutes. My statement is not reflected clearly, nor is it accurate. It said Shannon Simo, a citizen, spoke on career opportunities within the city and extended stay suites. That's not what I said. I said that private equity is coming in and taking over that extended stay suites, and there's no guarantees that it's actually going to be looked after. I'd also like to add that that's not what I said, and I feel like the record needs to be corrected. And when I went through and I looked at all the legal minutes, all of what I was supposed to have said literally it was a very vague description of it, and it didn't point out any of the things that I actually said regarding private equity. And on to private equity, I don't know if you remember, Ms. Dunn, when I spoke, I think it was not the last meeting, but the meeting before, or the meeting before the last, we talked about private equity. Private equity is taking over everything. You complain about the rental market, and guess who owns those? Private equity. Everybody, there's no sole ownership any longer. I'd also like to add that I don't like the idea of another rehab center going in across the street from where my mom lives, in between where the extended stay is in Grand Avenue. I'd also like to ask if anybody asked anyone in Polynesian Village if they wanted a mechanic shop right next to their house, so in the morning they can hear them working on all the Japanese cars and foreign cars that they work on. Did anybody ask anybody in Polynesian Village if they wanted to hear that? It is very close to their homes. Nobody asked. I don't know why. I don't know where you were, Ms. Dunn. I really don't. I really, really don't. The other thing I'd like to add is the 10-minute or the 10-year shelf life on the deal with the diocese. It'd be smart for the diocese not to build anything on it for 10 years, because then they get to save, what, $2.5 million? They don't have to do anything. There's no guarantee. I couldn't find a clause in there saying you got to have it built by 5 years, otherwise you owe X amount of dollars. I don't see that in any of the documents that you guys showed me, which shows me again that nobody is thinking ahead in all of these pipe dreams, but there's no guarantee that there's going to be return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Ms. Eva Osuna.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today I'm reflecting on the past 3 years and what they reveal about our city and its direction. This council has placed heavy emphasis on North Peoria, approving and fast-tracking millions of dollars for projects there, while South Peoria has been left behind and underrepresented. Yes, the long-promised revitalization of downtown Peoria is underway. I recognize the work, the planning, and the resources that have gone into making that possible. But revitalizing our downtown is not the same as improving the livability of the families who live in the South. Apartments, a hotel, a storage facility, council chamber renovations, the creation of City Hall front lawn do not, on their own, improve the day-to-day quality of life for families in the South. South Peoria has long needed basic infrastructure to make life safer and easier for everyone. Updated water and sewer systems, affordable housing, updated street lighting, and public spaces that are maintained. Osuna Park is a clear example. A picnic table was removed several years ago to install public artwork, and the remaining table was removed and never replaced. If anybody went to the downtown Christmas festival, you would have noticed there was no tables that are supposed to be there permanently. Today, there are no tables in that park. This is a perfect example of ignoring livability for residents in the South. These are the things that residents deserve and yet remain overlooked. Electrical wires hang from utility poles downtown and other areas of South Peoria. Even with millions committed to the revitalization, our alleys remain unsafe, dark, and unsightly. Without improvements in the South, downtown investments fall short of truly benefiting the community. Dang it. Okay. I've spoken to this council before regarding the lack of lighting at Windrose Park. I raised the situation of a resident with epilepsy who has no choice but to walk to Centennial High School. She's reached out to me 3 times, asking for help to ensure that light timer works so that she can walk safely to work. This isn't a major capital project. It's a basic, functional light timer. How is it that this city can improve millions for projects in the north, purchase a helicopter, and fund studies for an abandoned airport proposal, yet cannot prioritize a simple timer at a public park? This Palo Verde resident should not have to keep coming to this Pine resident to address her needs. In the same way, a resident advocated for a grocery store in South Peoria. When a request was not acknowledged, she eventually stopped engaging, showing how residents disengage when they are not listened to. This is not about North and South Peoria. This is about fairness, followed through, and respect. South Peoria is not asking for special treatment. It is asking for equal treatment. Until we invest in livability, safety, and dignity for the families who live here in the South, we are not serving the entire city.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Mr. John Forsyth.
I'd ask for a trash can to throw the Constitution away, but I don't think anybody would be surprised. Wow, we have a more divided city today than we did 3 years ago. Thank you, Jason Beck. It's on you. I want to read to everyone Art Miller. The reason he resigned from the city of Peoria. He didn't retire, he resigned. I have immense personal respect for Art Miller, and today he has my endorsement to proudly replace Peoria's worst mayor ever. That's you, Jason Beck. When my personal values, morals, and beliefs became in conflict, it was time to leave. And he was talking directly to you, Jason Beck. This city is on a downward trajectory. You're not listening to the people. The contempt in your voice tonight is astonishing. You're not listening to the people. You're blaming the people. This is ridiculous. It's our government. Yeah. Laugh about it. People came to me and said, help us. And you know what I did? Because I believe in democracy. I believe in this Constitution. I didn't wear flip-flops tonight because I wanted to be taken a little bit more seriously. I reached in my coat pocket and I have a Constitution. I always carry one. Everywhere I go. It was just there. I believe in this Constitution. I believe in veterans. Beck, I don't lie about my military status. I don't need to. I'm not one. I support the military wholeheartedly. Yes, I do. And the veterans know it.
I'm just listening to you, man.
And the veterans know it.
Yeah.
Well, you're speaking to me. This council, it's disappointing. Eva is running for this council. She doesn't know this. She has my complete support. And I'm going to work my ass off to make sure she gets elected. She will represent this city. She will put this city back on a track where the employees are respected, not get in line or resign. Yeah, Beck, that's you. Where the employees are respected. The citizens stand up just like I am tonight, and I have every time. I get up and I speak to make sure their voices are heard. Not your voice. You're a bully. City's going to change. I think you're going to be out in 30 days because you're a quitter. We'll find out, but you know what? You should just let the process work. But I know you're going to put Mike Finn as vice mayor, and off we go. That's my prediction. Everything I've said in this council so far has been true. We'll find out. Prove to me that you're a quitter. I just want to put that on my resume.
Jesus Christ. We should all say a prayer for that, man. And we're adjourned.